Okay, welcome everyone to yet another stream. I've done all the things, got my drink, got my social media things done. So, you can wait just a moment longer, do my intro thing, and then we can just go. Going to do the level 82 quests today. Maybe some level 83 if we're fast enough. Probably not though. Might not even finish all the 82 ones. You'll see though. Don't really have any plans tonight, so I just keep playing until we've done everything I want to do. So yeah, as always, I am Fae'ret. This is Lorelei Dracht. I am still in Charlian. And this is the next main story quest. There are no feature quests to take that I can see. So let's get on with it. We have started. Hey Kyle. Hey Kyle. Kyle and Grahatia were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Oh, sorry. There you are, feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Monteshane and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Tavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Sure. I'm not a student of his, but sure. Then it's settled. Twins will be coming too, assuming Elfino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops, while I go and head to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. Maybe so. There's no text, so it's fine. That might be for the best. The others should return, then we will not be long. Okay. Father can master these fiendish contraptions, and so can I. Right you are. Heading out for a stroll? Going to the studium, because Kyle wants to go there. Skolak himself was here. Oh yeah, that too. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Elfino of all people worrying over his reputation. At our alma mater, no less. Little wonders never cease. We'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Okay. Civilized person. Hello, everyone. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's a mark of Thaliak, the scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlie in itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studio. It feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. Catchy tune. Here it is, Phenomenon. I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlian's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the ground tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter studium, graduated with highest honors, magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Elfino actually entered a half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Elfino Levelier began. You should expect everyone to be fully aware of recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body had Elfino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. That would be nice. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wherever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Okay. Let's do that thing you just asked me. An excitable student. Oh. That was Elfino Levelier, wasn't it? The Elfino Levelier. And he's with his sister and Master Pedestrian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for the scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Aliopo should have a better idea. Hello? you lost? Wander off in off the streets, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee cleaner, fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. No orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If you don't have it in our stores, we send a cleaner south to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eyes of pie-side this, tongue of giant toad that, it's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest cleaner, I'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Let's just say what we want. I beg your pudding. You're not a cleaner. When this was all an elaborate ruse. Wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. Silly. Gee. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to make us meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. There's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Thank you. Let's go. A level-headed student. Yes, this colleague was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Perhaps. Oh. Hey, it's Monty Shane. I completely forgot what your voice was like, even though you were voiced at one point.
Ah, I remember you.
Excellent. It's a bit of a I remember you kind of ish thing.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisois in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Only dour?
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, Don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
Yeah, not as much.
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Gonna get a lesson.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
I mean, I assume the material one then? Corporeal ether.
Yes, very good.
Yay!
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
Welcome to the what?
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
I assume temporary?
The seventh umbral calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted Untold of our great duty, are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents.
Hey, Jen.
Personally,
Thank you.
I consider each equally probable.
I'm enjoying it already.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
Nice, thank you.
Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Oh, we're done. Nice. Perspective. You have encountered the runner phenomenon. If you are game, Key Aliopo would put your artisan read to good use. I am apparently not game. I'm sorry. Some of my earliest memory of Scholar Montaigne. Actually, I was a close friend of her godfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like this demonstration with the paper and ink. It's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. While Scholar Montaigne is best known for his role as head of the studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. while he's still digesting a rather hefty portion of food for thought. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling its friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Aliopo, as Skolak suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Well, still can't. I assume I need to be disciple of the Handleland for this. I'll quickly check, but I assume that's going to be the case. Hey all. Yep. Not quite there yet. At all. So let's just move on. At least this is less feature quest distracting us. Neither. That chart here. There we are. Seems we've done an adequate job of relaying Scholar Monteshane's lecture to Raha. Given the experience in the field of souls and memories, you had no trouble understanding it. Better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, we'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as Skolak said, could also lead to interesting discoveries. Wouldn't that be nice? Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, the trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Friends have asked that we bring the skills in our possession to Limsula Minsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the skills out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Thanks, Estinian. Didn't really realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Petra and the alchemists of the great work put their hearts and soul into each and every one of those skills, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, little choice but to stay behind. You're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as an official representative, are found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers, as I await word from Master Matoya and other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Laminsa. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that it will be precious little given the circumstances. Well, let's see how Limsa goes for us today. See if it crashes the game again. I see the command room, so that's... yeah. It's not the Maelstrom thing, that's Melvip's thing. There's no one in Limsa. That's obviously a lie. I just haven't loaded in yet. Which is probably good for me. Not anymore though. Now we have to wait for people to load in. Most notably the lift operator. Oh no, that's the lift. This guy, anyway. Anytime now. Oh, that's another person. Come on. There you are. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is present entertaining the LCC and the Sultana. Sultanas. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Let's go. We are ready. My apologies for calling you away from Charlian at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful. I'm pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. Indeed. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding skills and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlian, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no ends in sight. To make matters worse, the surging abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixol, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Ratzat-Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seven Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsebard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they served the Telophoroi Lofroy's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. And it will also give strategic and political gain. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. Without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Tancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, it failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophroi. There's certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide her, keep us occupied, while they work toward our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Stolar's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zod, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least that if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. What would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. I want you and your scales to join the Ilzabad contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Sure, why not? I don't care about either of these, so I guess for the people of Garlemald, even though I super don't care about the people of Garlemald really either. Not that much anyway, but it's the... yeah, sure. I care generally about people. Couldn't have put it better myself. Stola, Tancred and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding skills to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabad. Raban and Lord Emmerich are still overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, on your return. Dramatic music. Okay, there we are. Where do we go? Early meeting court. Fair enough. Skirbania. Alla meeting court. First person. Oh, there you are. Bound. I must quest Tancred and Urianger on the conditions we can expect in Garlemald. I know it's cold, but how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? They can be a bit sensitive at times. Oh, hello. Welcome to the stream. Is it a good bit? Okay. If Emmerich asks for me, he's right next to you. Say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the court. He's right there, my dude. Well, admit, this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our line's finest. Blah. The best of the best, the warrior of light, and, well, me. It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about, marching into Garlemald. I sound a bit more like Tancred in my head there, instead of you. But, okay. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's been selected for the Ilzabad contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Sure, we've got in mind. Oh, well, you're not saying. Ah, fancy meeting you here. I trust our mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go, like a gaily cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. See, he didn't even ask me about things. I completely forget your voice, you're kind of northernish sounding. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy, bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Possibly, no. Our sole goal is to organize various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it is back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilzabad contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of the finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. Oops, sorry. I think I just clicked through something. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind, knowing yours is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilzabad, I and the other commanders will do what you can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Oh, it's you, whose voice I completely have forgotten. You kind of have a deepish voice, I believe. Word of your exploits travels quickly. From what I gathered, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution to this on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not going with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telophoroi have laid waste to my homeland and saved my people. But though every mode of my being cries in for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Vaz and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Difficult position you're in, yeah. Whether I'm branded villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I mean, sure, probably not, but meh. We will deliver your people from Har in your stead. For what it is worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I am certain of it. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Oh, good. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. If I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Can't do any voices, but I try. Who gives me the next quest? So many people. How many people going to talk to? There. Ooh, gift! Maxima would have you meet your new traveling companions. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Hello, I am ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes, please.
By the 12.
Wow, there's quite a lot of people.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
Yay.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Hey, it's you.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
It will never happen. We will never have a good long rest.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Amonelane!
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
These are both pretty good. Did that one.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh. Oh! Them.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach.
She sounds so angry about that, but she probably very much.
Our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlund Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
See, this is where this game is, like, really strong. Like, presenting you with all these people that you've encountered in the past. Like, from job quests, like, pretty much you know him through the White Mage quest. And from other quest stories and just everything, yeah. It's just... This is definitely one of Final Fantasy XIV's strengths. You just bring back all this story that has been and present you back with it. I love this. Also, there are so many people to talk to, though. Okay. Let's start with you. I was half expecting to find the man who told me to had magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire. So have you all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my sword play has improved since we last met. You? Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances. We in time shall become to call our comrades, and mayhap friends. Good. I have close ties with the Scouts of the East Alliance, the various resistance groups. They're an absolute joy to work with. Wonderful. Once again, we find ourselves fighting on the same side. First Bosnia, now Garlemald. It may seem strange I'd agreed to aid the Imperials after waging war against them for so long, but here I am. It's time we put the past behind us. Indeed. Sadu. It's for Serena. I am glad to see you well, Lorelei. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, God sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer. As they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos she spied blackened silhouettes, knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Sadu! Oh, Magni too. I care not for the Iron Man or the troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Ignominy? Meh, whatever. Ignominy? Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. That's nice. With them all. Champions of the Nadam and the Dothal having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this failed darly dog. As the first amongst my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legend. I will not join you with a savage. So many people from so many places, rather out of my element. Regardless, I am a seed-seer, and I will endeavor to equip myself accordingly. I don't remember who you are. Greetings, Lorelei. It appears that both Thew and Thought are needed here, and who embodies both as well as I. So for the time being, my research into ancient Nim must wait. I have no idea who you are. Until the Empire fell, Garleans were the only ones who was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this'll be over and done with before you knew it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axemaster a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time he killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. I did do that, didn't I? Ha! I remembered like it was yesterday. Often has father told me of the struggles faced by El Amigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, her Grace has elected to bolster the Ilzabad contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As representative of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. You came as quickly as you could. I would follow your example and devastate Tel Ophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Why not for your brothers, pussy? You'll return soon enough. We'll get through that. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea, charging about the Azim Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces, and through so much together. Good times and not so good. I expect Garlemald to be most of the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, I'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, I don't intend to. I don't remember who you are. What's a hammer? I know that name. Oh, monk. Well, pugilist. So glad I found you. For you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. I've every confidence that your fist shall bring the Telofroi to their knees. Should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises? Charming, Master. Well, more fool for me for thinking that letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. So if you didn't do the job quests really, would these people not be here? I mean, I'm missing some job quest people, even though I've done those jobs. Where does Eldrick, by the way? Oh, let's see. The base jobs. Are you rogue? No. Let's see. Missing gladiator, I think. Warrior was that guy? Guess that's Marauder. Oh, not that guy. Is it that guy? It is that guy. Dark Knight wasn't a thing. Let's see, Pugilist. Lancer. I don't know who Rogue is. You? Were you Rogue? No, I don't think so. Don't know who Rogue is, so I think we're missing them too. Samurai wasn't a thing, Reaper wasn't a thing. Let's see, Conjurer. I think we have Arcanist. Wasn't there. Don't think we have Archer either. So yeah, there's just some stuff we don't have. But we do have Black Mage? Thaumaturge, yeah. Oh well. Let's move on. Hey Maxima. I cast my lot here with Popularis to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories. That all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as radical element. They sent us looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. Manelane. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have left Mort for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Sirenia and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself. I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. Probably wouldn't, no. Stephanivian? Well met, Lorelei, well met. It would seem that my machinists have been called upon to serve. A turn of events which, according to my prospectometer, could prove to be quite the opportunity. We shall show the world the full extent of machinistry's worth. Of that and more you can be sure, my friend. I assume you're from the machinist quests that I've done, like some of them. Elbrick, my main dude. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight, serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. Certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. I think we've had everyone now. Did I talk to you yet? Yes, I did. You told me about the... Yeah, that's everyone then. Stola! Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Hilsabad. They will also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid caused by bolstering on defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. Few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding skills to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Sure. Lucia! Warding skill for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Did I talk to you? There you go. These enchanted talismans, or should it be talisman, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. They do look kind of pretty. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Please? That a set of warding skills, I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Oh, Lees. Oh, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, this'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find her. Find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Scott? Hey, you got something for us? A skill, my dude. Ah, them skills everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over. We'll haul onto him for now. One more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Ainjar instead? Bugger if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hillfield told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land. In the middle of sudden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. I have no idea how it would go. Yes? Skill. So these are the faint warding skills. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the Trollswood. The Elder Seatsie, however, has gotten me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. So she says. I say at past time our allies benefited from the tower of a Seatsier's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. That's good. There somewhere. There you are. I'm missing people because they just don't load in. Just quickly walk around the perimeter. Doesn't seem like it, okay. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. That's good. Oh, the talismans. We have to keep these closed at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from Yen. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othard, has been plagued by the towers. But while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Yen and Yugri labor without rest to unite the people. With their aid, will we keep the enemy at bay. We of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Do you have a warding skill for me too? I do. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have been little offered to in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. I have been told by many to wear the gold of Ilzabard, and I cannot stress enough that it is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warning tinctures, courtesy of the Carthage Alchemists Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, we'll have the pilots ready the airships. Whoa, this was a bit. A nice bit, though. Hello, people. More talking. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. Think we have time for a quick trip back to Old Charlian? I recall a rather fetching coat. Preparations? I've got my armor and my lance. What more could I need? Warm clothes, my dude? Okay, whatever. Something of a constant refrain that we require warmer clothing. My present garb may be lacking, fur collar notwithstanding. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against winds and cold are commonly sold in the Ul'Dan markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. 'Tis said, however, that in recent days the Alchemists Guild had provided a tincture capable of such feat. Mayhap the achievement of their Denarian counterparts did spur them to action, that they not be put to shame. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long they'll be out in the open, and we can't go starting fires willy-nilly if we want to avoid detection. If you have anything you still need to take care of, you better see to it now. I do not, I think. Yeah. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. Don't worry about Yuri and Jay and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Athenian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath this armor. Since he spent a bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be born in company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that a cry of science in need of a tailor? Oh, it's you. Sorry. Hark! Is that a cry of science in need of a tailor I hear? But how? Haha, I have my way, so yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilzabad without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I never worn them myself? I need to sneeze. One moment. There we go. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Emmas and Bloomvida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlayan? Oh, why not? You can keep Kyle company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Amgus and Bloomvida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless is in the position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but that's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Oh, we're not secret. Let's wear it for a bit. Okay, where do we go? Oh, hello, Totaro. Oh, actually, like I said, let's wear this coat for a bit. Very warm. Thank you, Totaro. Totaro is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. Told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Sure. Oh, hello, Ironworks pilot. Oh no, what's going on? This is a duty thing. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. Whatever. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Okay, sure. Will require you to participate in battle. You probably. Okay, I'll probably die. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, you will be lost. Sure. Let's go. quests to go. So I need the fourth. Six more after this. Yeah, I don't think we'll go into level 83 quests.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Oh dear.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Imperial Supply Depot.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Fun.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Danke. I guess. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, you may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Okay, fine. In the coming battle you'll fight as Tankard. You have two objectives: place the explosives on the Imperial Magitech. We have activated frontline Magitech units via the control panel terminal. Somewhere. If the gods detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. The gauge will gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guard will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Okay. Swift deception. Cast this and works against dogs, this works against people, but nothing against mutants as far as I see. Fair enough. So, what about mission exclusive actions? Success in a mission hinges on the following points. Swift Deception renders Tancred invisible and increases movement speed. While active, enemy soldiers on Magitech will be unable to perceive Tancred's presence, even if they're within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard dog's acute sense of smell, and they will be able to detect Tancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Tancred attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Okay. Tancred's silent takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while Swift Deception is in effect. So it cannot be used on... Guard dogs can detect Tancred even when Swift Deception is active. You can instead use a Bewilderment Bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, Bewilderment Bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the situation. But we do not have tools for Magitech devices. Interesting. Well, I suppose let's go. As ready as I will be.
Keep your wits about you.
We only have one shot of
We're
this,
going this way.
so let's make it count.
Apparently we're not going this way. Apparently I am going this way. Okay. Okay. There's only that guy, I think. How do we do this? Thing this way. Ah, I'm stuck. Oh no. balls.
7 hells.
Yeah. There's a dog over there. Fascinating. Oh, hello. This side. Okay, nice. I think I can just skip these guys. Okay, let's see. There's no things I need to mess with here, right? Oh, no, there are. Dang. Okay, how do I? Where is that Imperial? That side, I guess. How do I do it, that guy?
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Okay, so that guy goes away again, and then we can do controls. Again. Once more. And I should be able to just swift deception and get past you. But okay, I think I'll go over there-ish. This is covered enough. It's kind of like a hidey hole. Okay, if you come back here. No, you. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Phew. Lovely. This guy. That guy next. He's back here. Doesn't see me. Oh no, what's your deal? Hello? Okay. Here for a bit. Get rid of this tempered Imperial, I guess. Oh. Ah, balls, this made him angry.
Must be losing my touch.
Okay. So far, so sort of good. Oh no, hello. No, 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 no. No, there's two of them. How do I? He's looking away now. So I guess that's my chance? Oh, Tom's lost now. He's looking away again, so I think I need to do this guy first. Away. And do this other guy. This must be incredibly engaging stream work. But I want to do this as perfectly as I can, at least. Which is not very perfect, I guess. But, you know. I hope it's at least engaging enough. I do like this bit. And Walker has been doing stuff that's just kind of different than what we usually have, and that's nice, isn't it? Okay, this now and then. Yep. Get fainted. How do I deal with? Because if I deal with the dog, wouldn't that guy get angry? Wait. Oh shit. Oh balls. Fucked. Super fucked, oh no. I'm hiding here in the corner. Someone sees me in this corner. This is my safe corner, please. Whew. Okay. This was okay. That's it, the control terminal. Where? Right there. Okay. Hey, it's where we started. That neat. Okay. Can I? Do this, which is nice. Nice. Only slight missteps.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilzabat's contingent supply caravan. It's me. Presumably. I need to re-equip my stuff.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We
Oi,
lose
oi.
those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh, hang. Can I at least equip my stuff? Please? This will suck otherwise.
Fighters! Protect
God
the others!
damn it. Well, this will super suck, I guess.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Nice, thank you.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap. You lot all right back there?
We're fine, and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Okay. Meanwhile, on the front line. We get to be here.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit.
Going as fast as I can, game.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
Ooh, FPV.
There's no end to them.
Oh, it'll get to be me. Yes.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
That makes sense. Yes, my very
There's no
non-lethal
stopping us
shotguns.
now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
We have the down! Forward! Right! Let them have it!
That's a raging bull!
What's happening? What are you doing?
Do not fall behind!
fine. Look at that. Surely this is...
Tremble before the sun!
Done apparently. Very nice. That wasn't too bad. I like the Tancred bit.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover.
Guess I leveled up or
reclaim
something?
yourself.
What's happening?
Then we will fight again to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What?
Oh, sorry.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Interesting.
The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
How indeed.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Wouldn't this place already have a name? Maybe it's just an unnamed outpost. The Garleans would do stuff like that. Just build a place and then just not name it because it's really not important stuff. So I guess we're at broken glass. With a netherite that I can have. And that looks very Magitech-y. Fascinating. Camp broken glass. Let's move on. There's still no feature quests here. Are there ether currents here? Of course there are. 27 to the east. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Guardian friends are used to working in conditions like these. Very useful indeed. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Y'shtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alizé and I will meet you there. Okay. Hey guys, can you join us? Y'shtola, join us. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis a monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zod, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. Unfathomable. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Okay. Aha. Here's all the way over there, apparently. June. Hey, June. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. That's very unfortunate indeed. It sucks. Hello everyone. This is a nice little place. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, glory to Garlemald. They still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. That's really... ugh. Aban told me a lot about military strength during exercises in the fringes. Coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying, securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put these teachings into practice. We've asked the Ironwork members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. This is all that remains of the Laterum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think what has become of the capital. See, the place did have a name. It's called Laterum. Or maybe that's just... yeah, whatever. Tempered soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend to at once. But I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to a topmast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone who can spare a swig of rum? That'll sort me right out. Okay. I might have rum. Well, I have something. I have Tinker's Skull, which looks like rum, maybe. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxia of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Oh no, you're vastly overestimating my sense of direction. But if there are any survivors, we'll surely find them. I mean, this is just a boast. And this is just a complaint, so yeah.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return.
I mean, the first thing was also kind of a boast, but a more friendly one.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Go to the ambient what's it or whatever it's called. Oh, we speak with Alize. Elfino. I've never thought myself much of an explorer, but I suppose my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. There's this odd perception that his guardians have lived their whole lives in the snow, but it really wasn't that bad before the calamity. And afterwards, well, I was rarely more than a few paces from a raging fire. This dreadful place, on the other hand, is nothing but cold, cold, cold. And it's my understanding that Ilsebard has always been this way. Gods, can you imagine? I can hardly. They come from a jungle. It's quite cold here. Gods be good. If it's this cold with the Tao's clothing, I'd like to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Oh, I'm Manalane. Manalane is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. Well ho, chums. Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we discovered a Eblin rhyme for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance that you'll find someone? You take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin a search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Well, let's go. Now this is either current. That's not what I want to do. 130 on to the east. It's not very far. Maybe on that rise? Oh, there it is. How do I get up there? Can I just do this? You can just do this. Okay, what's next? 118 to the northeast. How big is this place? Yeah. Quite sizable. Not as big as the other two places, I think, that we've been so far. Maybe it is actually, though. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? No, it's just wind spite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. Looks like she's run away from something. Surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. Rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near. But we should be able to follow her footprints. Let's go do so. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Thank you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. Don't you be needing some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And choke on my own saliva. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed! Oh, let's go. I will read that later. I saw a sparkly. Footprints in the snow. A trail of fresh footprints lead east. East. Oh, hello. More footprints in the snow. Seem to lead to the south. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards a building. Oh look, it's Alizé and Alphino. These weren't your footprints, were they? According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. Getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? I would not mind. To go to this destination. Okay. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, you might attract wild beasts to your locations. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Otherwise she will probably run away. Must be sneaky. Follow the girl from a safe distance. This again. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. See if I can do it in one time this time. Probably need to hide behind this tree or something. Hey, overgrown rose. need to be behind this stone. I imagine. We're just walking again. I can probably hide behind this tree. No overgrows. I don't like you. Don't. I hope my luck holds. Got to keep going. They're all depending on me. Oh, running again. What do I hide behind now? This pillar? Shit. Phew. This is it. The final spurt. Finally, I discover yet another location. Okay, I did it. Hello, girl in green. Duty complete. Haha. Done it in one. Phew, still in one piece. Hello. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize, and our good friend Lorelei. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Likinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you were here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Thanks, Likinia. This is everyone. Likinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide a spark with a little magic, Alize? I'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe build it under that gazebo. What? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. Oh, leveled up. Nice. Let's see. Oof, and we still have plenty more 82 quests to go. Well, 5 more. We're halfway through the 82 quests. So yeah, we'll definitely not do that today unless these 5 are very fast. But I presume them not to be. But let's go. Kinia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've heard quite a sweat from all that running about, so we'll leave space around to fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Probably. Speak with Elfino. Elfino has something to do. Oh, look, it's a fire. That gazebo is around. What they need most is a decent meal. The food back at the camp, but there's a distance to consider. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. Yeah, come on. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good time. Now we would occasion to make use of Manalain's tinctures, ones that can warm the body from the inside out. To make sure everyone gets one. Sure. I mean, you could give them. They're right here, but sure, I can do the thing. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Well, have one of these then. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Emmanuelaine, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. Hey now, if only there were willing, and more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic deck that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulia ingens is full of the stuff, for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Haha, 'twas a joke, a joke. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while the brethren lie dead, or live as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar, then morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions and screams was a beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the dishevelled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I will wait with my fellow cowards for a final judgment. What do you want? Have a tincture. A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. Yes, it's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, Dick, I take it? Use them to listen to messages sent by others, or even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components coated with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Aminus it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled, or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Aminus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Oh, my dude, I have very bad news. Unless it is that way, and, you know, I wouldn't put it above these people. Anyway, yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. A radio, you say? Oh. Interesting. Anyway, let's deliver one thing to Likinia. What's that? It's a warming tincture. So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Sure. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? So Legatus Virgilius troops heading towards the Magna Glaciers a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Mm-hmm. You are staying there, and it is who we encountered. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna-Glaciers? Did you cross the mountains on foot? You flew? Airships? Then there might be a way to... Lakinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? Voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasty found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the legators, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share the fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. That's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all of those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? You only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. There might be another way to repay the tappers. Let's be a little bit snarky. Best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to show them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight. But if you'd rather not take the risk, you need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Okay. I'm just going to go straight through the ice. I will probably regret that. I will even be on Chocobo. What was the next ether count? Well, we're going southward. Cerulean pipes. I discovered next location. There's ether code. Still to the south. Oh, it's going to be on there somehow. Ooh, I thought you almost was on. There's the ether code. To the southeast. Oh yeah, there it is. Dang, I need to go back for that then, I think. Don't I? Could I? Let's go to the yeah, didn't think so. Too steep. Is there a way to get on this thing? Doesn't look like it. Annoying. Okay, whatever. I can do this ether gun sometime in the future. Well, the entrance seems pretty obvious to me. Look, it's a guard. At the very obvious entrance. Sure. Hello, burly tapper. Who goes there? How did you find us? The Kinia sent me. What do you mean and stand on like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Pulse hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes. Though they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return, thought. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they resorted to sending you to negotiate? I know your game, sellsword. Do you think you'll give in to intimidation? They've got another thing coming. Hey now! You're attacking me! That's rude. Fine. Whatever, my dude. Rude. I didn't even want to intimidate you. Am I dead yet? Hopefully you're more reasonable? There you are. Oh, Alize. Just after you left, the Kinia asked me to go up and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? The Ozians and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why the hell would you pass up this chance to put those imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Girabania, Yancha, Bosnia, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulean Ingens. Cerulia Ingens. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up cerulean from the bottom of the lake. So how can you expect to do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it is not as if cerulean is used for much these days, but with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps to stave the cold, it does so little about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got cerulean by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good? Regardless of what the Ilsebard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that will be a cause of celebration. While for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. What of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? No, of course not. I suppose there will be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Let's. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? I have, very much. What? Those purebloods of Victor Spoil sent you? To turn their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucinia has got a little sister to think about. A sister? You only saw Lucinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. She needed treatment. I doubt if there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lucinia would keep her sister a secret from us. You can ask her about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come, let's hurry back. Let's. Walking. Torsos. Interesting. Don't attack me. I was merely curious what you were. Don't do it. I'm higher level than you. Barely. But I still am. Okay, so how could I get onto this thing? Do I jump from there to there? Maybe. Let's see if I do this. Then go up a bit. And then do this. Haha. Okay, let's do this quickly. That quickly, of course. It's a very long road. Pipe, whatever. Can we just walk over this? Actually, I was going to jump all the time. Sweet, sweet. So, where's the next one? To the southwest. Southwest? Interesting. Should I? What would this be then? No, stop. Not what I want. Southwest. Yeah. I would assume up there somewhere. I can maybe climb this or something. Where is it now? South. It's not in this little thing. Where is it now? To the east. Okay. It's inside the tunnel. This is just the tunnel. It's definitely not in here. Sorry for coming in here with a chocobo. Where is it from here? To the east. Oh, there you are. Okay, that's another one done. Where's the next one? To the north. Well, that's where I'm going, really, so, you know. Let's see if we can get it. No, don't. Do not want. Go away. To the northwest. Oh, that's not the direction I'm going. But it might as well be. Why not? Isn't that where it came from? Sort of. Where's it now? To the northwest still. Where's this thing? West? Switch through here. Anyone going on me? Nice. Yeah, cars. Okay, where's the code? Southeast. Oh, hello. There you are. Interesting. Where's the next one? To the north. That's quite enough. Let's just continue doing quests. This isn't right, it's too quiet. I would have thought Elfino would still be treating them by the fire. They'd nowhere to be seen. I look inside the house, while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Okay. Oh, look. Let's look at the site. Where they used to be. The radio is gone too. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, hello, there you are. What happened? Damn it. Damn it all. What happened? They asked me to help carry supplies. When I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us, we know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. For what? Here to help, not hot. A ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Likinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. Keyword was, apparently. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. Trying to help them, you idiot. My sister's ill. The empty bottle proved it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Our guardians should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Likinia and her sisters will react when we find them. Find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Where are we going? Ugh, you jerk. Robbers of our lands, robbers of our pride. No, I'll not allow it. Better to die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls would say the same. Idiot. I'll follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest, and ensure that they don't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. That's totally fair, dude. Nope. Where are we going? Let's say. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. I'm coming. That's quite a bit away. No, I don't want to drag the thing. Why do you insist? trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Okay. Where am I looking for clues? Oh, in this whole area. That's... wow. That's a lot of place. Oh, there's a glowy. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and it's unlikely to have any connection to Lakinia or her sister. Well, that sucks. No! No! I refuse! No! Ow! Stop! It hurts. I just want to find clues. Give me clues. Yeah. Oh, I see a thing. Fresh blood. Oh dear. That's not good. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. But it was far away enough. Bang! Go away. Leave me alone. Lakinia. And your sister, apparently. And the radio. Two bodies are already cold. Man, that sucks. Too late, I would say. Oh, for now. I'm sorry.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Yeah, they certainly were.
No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
You should have what?
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
Sure.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Understandable. There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? I mean, for a short moment, I guess, but they had barely any food, no medicine, no ceruleum. They would have died eventually, and very quickly eventually. So, no, there's not really much we could have not done, I guess. A way forward. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make a report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. I will. Well, at least it's at camp, and we've got a... Eat right. Man, that sucked. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's den. Still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Treatment of the Tempest is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's anything to report, we will be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Yeah, kind of. Something the matter? Twins look out of sorts, and you too seem a bit off. Well, forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Alizé and Alphenor tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Yeah, I'll provide it.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right.
Smart.
And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
You couldn't have known.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
Interesting.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you two go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Do I ever not? Don't answer that.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
So many people again. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. Sure. They are resilient in the face of hardship. You as well. Good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Julius Pierre Norbanus. It is unusual for one so young to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever this spear may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. Captured the boy as he was about to make off with their food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat. Reward him for his boldness. That sounds lovely, actually. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. Good for you. I know. This won't bring back Licinia or her sister. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes, it's possible, but better to try than to give up. Every time. The lowly task of keeping watch over provisions would not normally befit the sun, but these being unusual circumstances, I will let no man take that which is not by rights theirs. Good for you. Said your farewells, have you? You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Tancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? We'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. We have our full cooperation. Good thing. Let's go. Where do you think their headquarters are? I think there are a few others beside him and his commander he mentioned. We will only do as instructed. After all, this is what we've been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, Now follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Oh, I've been there. Children in the lead. I want you to where I can see you. You do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and this is Alphino. Last but not least, there's Lorelei. Lorelei? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run, towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Man. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you, blah blah. Let's go. Damn, you're fast. What the hell? Fast. I don't want to draw attention. Oh wait, kind of sloopiness. That's the station, I presume. Here we go. Nice. Hey Julius, we did it. This is it, the first stop that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Okay. Getting closer to the Imperial Palace, one can still call it that. It really is a terrifying sight to behold, it really is. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they have any sense, they'll have picked somewhere like Victor's Spoils to take shelter. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam in streets and packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Sure. I think that's 2 more quests in the level 82 ones. Yes. The Last Bastion. Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at ready. We're allowed to now? They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. They will try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you have to fight them off. Those 2 will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Okay, we are proceeding. Yeah, I think I'll finish these last 2 quests. See why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as you call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them are butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Okay. This hawk has an interesting shape. Don't attack me. Thank you. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. What? Where? What? Go away. No, ow. Stop. Good. Stopped. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered. And that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Oh, is an ether cone nearby-ish here? Not so much, okay. Tertium. That's where we're going, seems. No Suga. No Saiga. No, it's a Saiga. Not a Suga. Oh, there you are. Nice. These guys. Jeez. That does not look healthy. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand here and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, but you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Sorry, dude, we... Okay, apparently we're not going to touch you. Where's this etherite? What the heck is? I am confused. Oh well. Oh, hello. That's very close. So, we're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. I see. Yeah, okay. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as a headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. Theodora, hello. What are you doing? Not very great, I see. You or anyone here. Interesting. Anyway, hello. I had no idea there are such expansive structures built underground. It's plain to see why they chose this as the base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices, or you may be here as my guests. The others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. Well, before we do that, Spurious, Decimus, Malus, Caesar, Etherite, Octavia, Sabinianus. Etherite is not responding. Unfortunate. Ooh, lookout point. Nice. Let's look out. Tertium. Tertium is the third station along the rail network which serves as the imperial capital of Garlemald. Equipped as a dispatch yard with generators and other facilities, it was taken over and fortified by the remnants of the First Legion following the city's fall into ruination. Oh dear. Hello. Opposing commander? You too? Now comes the true test. He certainly looks the part. I will deal with you in a moment. Okay.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion. The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here. And all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage?
Kind of. Yes.
That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not?
Kind of that, but also that you would suppress our virtues and ideals.
Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What in the what now?
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. That sounds kind of condescending. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. That sounds more pleasant. Also Orchefond.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Boom. One more. I think. Right? I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. It will take more than such a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these colors are minor inconvenience. Persona non gratae. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. If you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak to the others, or was that merely a ruse? We are in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick your people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars would be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of this situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. Do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. Won't. Kaiso, what is your deal? You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Interesting. Octavia. Octavia. It's you, Lorelei Dracht. It is me. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night that Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Served them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too. Just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. You were invading our place. But fine, whatever. Sibinianus. So cold. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Well, can't really do anything to help him, apparently. Ooh, it's a radio. Hello, radio. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Quite possibly. There's the last person. Oh, yes. the last person. Marcellinus. Let's see. Gear is still fine. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I have not. I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of a fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vigilia's treacheries nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mine intact but body broken, soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Dude, come on. Whatever. I already did murder a lot of Guardians. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Did you learn anything of note? Just some stuff. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Perhaps will you help me tend to them? Sure. Alize, hello. So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us. But perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. Gods, this is so frustrating. Papaya, Flavius. I don't know what I'm doing. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But you know, I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. Me going hungry means someone else lives to see it another day. So be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Well, dude. Hey, Papaya. Kind of lovely name. I've never been this cold or this hungry in all my life. While Garlemald was built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always a warm and fighting place. Now, all we once had is in ruins. That must suck. Well, Alphino, I helped one guy. Sort of. And I'm stuck. So those who met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know you were warned against meddling in their affairs, but you can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have his feelings on the matter quite clear. May have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize that they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him? Though we need to persuade Julius first. And that's the end of this quest, apparently. Hey Julius, I'm here to persuade you. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside, until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. You can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If you can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere. There's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man. Issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's word, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garnemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. Thank you. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Clever. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You're a lot of more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. Depart shortly. Sure thing. Except I think this is now a level 83 quest. Oh. Indeed, the first of the level 83 quests. And it is nearly midnight for me. So I am going to call it here. I will decline this quest and do it next time, or it will be annoying because I want to go to other places, so I need to travel here again. I assume this still doesn't work. Unfortunate. Oh well, I will just run over here from there, I guess. It will have to be done. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, we've actually explored quite a bit of this place. Does this have less ether bits? Oh, it still has lots of them. Interesting. Well, anyway. This'll be it for me. So, yeah. I think I will try to stream on Saturday. I've got some things going on Saturday, so we'll see if I have the time. But otherwise, very much likely on Sunday. So we'll just have to see. Now though, I have been Fae'ret. This has been Lorelei Dracht. This has been Elfino and Alize and Julius. And I will see you next time. Good night, everyone.